Hey, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to the Flight Sim world. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation stream, and today we're back with another DC-3 around the world, leg number 57 of our journey here today. We're back here at Reykjavik Airport, Bravo, India, Romeo Kilo. I hope everyone's doing well here today on this Sunday morning, from where I'm at. And we're going to be doing here to celebrate the final leg of our Atlantic crossing today, as we're finally making our way back to the United Kingdom today at Wick. So it's going to be a 646 nautical mile flight. We'll be going through quite a bit of Iceland's coast before heading our way over across the sea into Scotland. So it's great to be back here, guys. I mean, this is the final leg of our Atlantic crossing stream. So we're currently doing a 3-leg Atlantic crossing from Goose Bay over to Narsarsuaq, Greenland, then to Reykjavik, Iceland, and finally to Wick. So this is the last of those 3 legs. So let's go over our nav map for just a second. Let's take a close look. So we're here at Reykjavik. So we're going to fly around to the coast of Iceland. We'll be about 9,000, 10,000 feet. We'll be around there. Then we're going to go through. The coast into the inland. We might see Vatnajökull National Park. Then from there, we'll just continue to the North Sea, making our way through these waypoints until we make our final stop here in Scotland, Wick. We'll be visiting Old Wick Castle, so it should be pretty fun. So let's go look at the slideshow. Let's bring that up. The crew were on their last leg of their North Atlantic crossing, Reykjavik to Wick. This was another 5-hour flight for them over the cold waters of North Atlantic. They landed at Wick Airport, a small airfield northeast side of Scotland. They stayed at Wick Castle, and the crew all went for a little walk before meeting for dinner and celebrating the Atlantic crossing. And the following day, they visited the old Putney distillery in Wick Village. So, yeah, pretty simple leg coming up, but which should be another pretty simple leg for this Atlantic crossing. So we're going to go ahead, we already filled up our DC-3, so let's get ready to get this thing going. So let's go ahead and turn on the ground power, the beacon lights, the nav lights, we turn on. Magnetos on. Looks like they already took care of that for us. On the booster pumps. And let's go ahead and turn on the engines. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Main tanks. On. All right, let's go ahead and get this started. So our heading for this one, our desired heading should be 141. All right, let's go ahead and get our DC-3 moving forward. And turn this way. We're going to go taxi and take off at 1.19. 19 is where we're going to be taxiing out of. Yes, you can see the glacier from 550 kilometers away in the Faroes with the Mirage. Ah, nice. Thank you for pointing that out there, Super Typhon. We're going to go ahead and lock the tail wheel. Lock the tail wheel. How was the solar eclipse? I didn't really check out the solar eclipse, unfortunately. But I've seen a few people take pictures of it. Knots. 70. Rough. Oh, yeah, Andrew. Yeah, he was on Forrest channel. I didn't really check that out, though. So let's go ahead and take off. And we will say goodbye to Reykjavik, Iceland here. So, we're going to say goodbye to Iceland as we make our way over to Scotland now. Oh, yes, and congratulations to Allison Johnson, by the way. Shout out for Allison. Allison Johnson, she did an amazing job as usual. She completed her Jerry Mock stream. She recreated Jerry Mock's around the world in 29 days in the Cessna 182. Flew round trip from Columbus, Ohio, the capital of Ohio, and she made a long, long way over to Ohio. But yeah, a massive accomplishment for Allison Johnson. And now she'll be getting ready to start a new series soon. She'll be doing in the Comanche, which will be very exciting. I wonder how will the Comanche handle this sort of thing? Be a bigger question. We're going to be climbing pretty well. Yes, Iceland is a beautiful area. If you guys never flew around Iceland, it's definitely a very scenic area for sure. But yeah, I'm excited for the series to end, for when the series ends, because I'm going to take a good break from the DC-3 for a bit. That being said, we will see the DC-3 back in our series. We'll be seeing it again. But we will see the DC-3 again, just in a different, it'll be in the Firefly Air colors again, so we'll be seeing that. But I got good news, guys. So I did come up with the flight plan for this around the world journey that I'm doing for next year. And I've already got me the flight plan set up for those. So I've already got my plan set up for the all countries around the world tour. So I decided just to stick to the countries today, all 190 plus countries, and including ones with limited recognition. So we'll be starting from Clark Regional, my home airport, and we'll travel through North America and all that sort of stuff. We'll be going pretty much everywhere I can think of. But yeah, these are all sovereign states we're going to be visiting. So it will start. But basically, it will start from my home city, my home airport, going all the way to the Bahamas, Cuba, Jamaica, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, go through the Caribbean islands, then go to Venezuela, South America, go through Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, then go through the Central American countries, Mexico, back into the United States, and go through Canada as well before going through Alaska. But yeah, it is a pretty plan, but it may seem weird, but there's actually good reason for this, and that's because I'm trying to hit every single country in a continuous flight plan. Hmm. But yeah, this new journey, I kid you not, is going to be pretty insane. Um, let me go get my calculator. It's going to be insane when this is said and done. But I can tell you, it's going to be over 100,000 nautical mile journey. Over 100,000 nautical miles. It's going to be insane. But the good news is that we'll be flying in a wide variety of planes. We'll be flying from GA to airliners. So we're going to be in a So we'll be in a ton of different planes and tons of different stuff. Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be every single country. So I'm planning on just doing basically it's going to be a mix of GA. Some of them are going to be GA like this, either the smaller countries or series F, or if the place has tons of natural scenery and stuff, I'll do GA. But for the really big countries or the areas that may be too difficult for GA, we can do the airliners. Or stuff that's way too long. For example, for the Pacific Islands in Oceania, for example, for when those lakes come up, we'll be taking the airliners for those. Because it's such a long time to connect for them in a GA plane. Airliners would make the most sense. And it'll basically be a wide variety of airliners too at our disposal. Mainly the 7-3 family, but it would also include the 7-4, 7-8, and when the Bluebird 7-5 comes out as well. So we'll be with a ton of different airliners to pick from. And yes, fighter jets too. We will include. We'll do away with the jets too. Don't worry. We'll have a wide variety of planes to fly in our sim. So, but yeah, but with our DC-3, with this new journey in the 777, yes, we're gonna bring in all sorts of planes for this one. But basically, but yeah, but the thing is, for this journey, is that this is going to be taking place multiple days a week. I'm planning on either making it 2 times a week or 3 times a week. Do the around the world trip, either twice or 3 times a week. But that's going to probably take over my stream schedule. Which is why part of me wants me to hurry up on this DC-3 journey so I can work on the notes for this one, because I mean, this already took a lot of note taking myself when I worked on this. That is nothing compared to this journey coming up. It's going to be nothing compared. We're going to go ahead and turn left here pretty shortly. I'm going to change the desired heading. We're going to change this to 109 degrees. Yeah, A380 as well. Yeah, in fact, depending on how long this would go for this journey, we could potentially move to MSFS 24 because I know they introduced a ton of new planes for this one as well. So, so pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, yeah, you can do GA planes for Europe, Africa. Yeah, basically, I could use GA for those, but yeah, some of them are going to be for GA, some going to be for airlines. I'll let you guys know which legs are we're going to do GA. I'll let you know what we can use the airliners for all that, because there are definitely going to be some great places for GA. Sure. Oh yeah, the C-130 is going to come in 24 as well. Blackbird Simulations has been working pretty hard in their next couple of planes for them, so should be pretty interesting to see what they work with. But yeah, the scenery in Iceland is pretty stunning. All things. At least for me, time estimated to be 1.5 to 2 years. Yeah, it's gonna take you a bit of a while to do this journey, but that's why. It's gonna take me a bit of time to plan out the streams. Yeah, the thing is, after this crossing, we would probably do the around the world trip. Here's the thing. Here's what you guys want me to ask me. Since we're doing the around the world journey in a DC-3 usually on Sundays, I asked you guys the question. On Wednesday, do you want me to do legs 58 and 59 of our journey on Wednesday? Because if you notice, for those legs, which is basically from Wick to Duxford to Biggin Hill, I don't think those legs will take very long at all. In fact, combined, they're about 463 nautical miles. If we get around 170 knots, we'll complete this within 3 hours. which would be just fine for the Wednesday stream. So if you guys want me to, we can do legs number 58 and 59 on Wednesday, and that way we can end it in only 3 Sundays, which means we could end this by November 12th, and that would give me more than enough time to start working on notes for my new series coming in 24, because then I would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks to work on the notes before we get our DC-3 thing. So I may actually plan on doing that on Wednesday for our DC-3 trip. So we have plenty of time to get that finished. Yeah, I'll go for it. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I want to get this done sooner. That way I have more time. Because trust me, yeah, the average GA flight should be 1 to 2 hours. Yeah. Yeah, that way if I did that, I would have more time to work on the notes for the trip, which would be pretty huge, actually, all things considered. Yeah, and yeah, to keep it fun. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, keep it within 1 or 2 hours. Try to and also pick the plane for each situation. If it's tons of smaller countries as well, like some of the Central American countries or the Caribbean, I may take something a little bit slower, so we don't want to go through them too quickly, because I also want enough time I can tell you guys the information about the countries, their population and all that, their culture, their stuff. I want to keep I don't want to go blitz through them too quickly, if you know what I mean. So just try to find the right balance between how fast I should go to the stream and just do that. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it'll depend on which situation. But I will tell you some of the areas that I would definitely be flying GA with. That would be Central America. It would definitely be Patagonia, because I know a lot of people love going through Patagonia. So I thought GA with Patagonia would be pretty nice. Through Patagonia would be nice. Fly through with the GA planes. That would be GA, and then obviously for general aviation, some of the other GA stuff would be Japan, maybe the Koreas for general aviation. Definitely fly GA through New Zealand, especially the South Island. That would be general aviation. Maybe some of the Middle East stuff, like Jordan, Israel, Lebanon, would probably be some GA stuff. And of course, in terms of Africa, like Mount Kilimanjaro and all that could be GA. Lesotho is definitely going to be GA for Lesotho. And then obviously many areas in Europe are going to be general aviation. Like for San Marino and Rome are going to be general aviation. Alps, the UK and Ireland are going to be general aviation. The Baltics are going to be general aviation. Norway, yeah. But basically, that's what my take on general aviation is going to be with GA. It's going to be basically just be that's just how it's going to be in Iceland as well as the east coast of the U.S., which is going to be Boston, Providence, Hartford, New York, Philadelphia to Washington's all general aviation. Just fly through the big mega cities in the East Coast. But yeah, basically that's what's going to be mainly general aviation. Just because those are areas that are interesting to fly to. Oh yeah, and also seaplanes. Yeah. Yes, Patagonia. That one. I'm definitely gonna take GA for Patagonia. That is probably my favorite area to fly. in the sim. So if you guys weren't aware, on Friday we actually did a flight to Denali National Park. That was absolutely stunning, guys. We actually did but yeah, we'll be doing that. But Denali National Park is absolutely stunning. Amazing area to fly in the sim is Denali National Park. I mean, beautiful area. If you've ever been to the interior of Alaska, it was definitely one of the peaks. We took the Twin Otter up there. And like I said, the Twin Otter is a nice plane for this sort of stuff. So, beautiful area. We can't wait to show you off, guys, more of this. So once we get to sea, we'll start talking about Scotland for a bit. That will be our main topic for today is Scotland. So we'll be talking about there. So if you could look what's dead ahead of us, we can see one of the glaciers. I mean, Iceland's a beautiful area, and in our around the world journey, we're also gonna fly. We're gonna do a fly around of Iceland's coast. So we'll be checking out all the little fjords, mountains, glaciers. We'll check all that out. It'll be a nice one, pretty long stream, but it'll be a very, very nice flight. But yes, for that journey, there are going to be some pretty long flights from this one. Particularly, the long ones are going to be in the Oceania because obviously Oceania's kind of far away. But I still want to visit these countries since they still count as independent sovereign states. So I am that dedicated to visit all of them. I will take the airliners for those. Yeah. And yes, I made sure every one of the places we visit our hubs too. In fact, and also too, some of our streams are also going to be feature a combo thing, comboing an airliner flight with some GA as well. That will be for some of the legs who combo both GA and the airliners. But that way we can do a combination of both of those as well. That way to bring some variety to our streams. But yeah, that's going to be some really cool stuff. And I can't wait to do this journey, the new journey though. Because, I mean, we've seen internet around the world flights with other streamers too. Like Captain Arash and all that. But it would be really, really cool to visit all the countries. But yeah. I'll come up with more flight plans. I've already got the general idea of the flight plans on here. I could probably show you guys what the general plan would look like. Let's look at, so you guys can get an idea what we're planning here. Now, obviously, I can always change the length and change everything. So here's what this flight plan's gonna look like. Now this is just a general plan. I can always change it anytime, but this is what the plan looks like. My home airport, starting, we'll finally connect to the Bahamas and in Nassau, then go through Havana, probably do some GA stuff around Cuba, then Jamaica, then get to Haiti, Dominican Republic, go to each of these areas in the Caribbean before heading to Venezuela, go through South America, Sao Paulo, Rio, Sao Paulo, then I got Iguazu Falls, then Asunción to Uruguay, then short hopping to Buenos Aires, then fly away from Buenos Aires, go down to the end of the world, and Ushala. Make our way through Patagonia, then go into Santiago, make our way up to La Paz, fly over Lake Titicaca, go over to Cusco, fly over Machu Picchu, make our way down to Lima, and make our way over to Quito. Then do the South American countries, do Central America, go to Mexico, back into the United States with Albuquerque, go all the way through Las Vegas, Grand Canyon, fly through to Lake Tahoe, our hub, make our way to Portland, Seattle, Vancouver, go across the Inside Passage into Southeast Alaska, fly there straight to Anchorage, and then make that stop all the way to Adak, to the Aleutian Islands. And that will connect. That's the North America stuff. I can always change it, but I want to be efficient, but still visit all the really cool areas. Oh yeah, I visit a lot of these countries too. Yeah. If you know anything about me, I go all sorts. But yeah. And you know that's weird. You should see my legs to Asia. If you want to see more unusual legs, I had to try and find a way to get through all of Asia. Like the more difficult thing I had to try was how do I get through Asia? Because I still want to go through Asia and Oceania as well. So I had to combine Asia and Oceania as well. But yeah, I still want to do this in one contiguous flight plan, if you know what I mean. So I have to do all of them in one contiguous plan. So it had to do a lot of thinking. I had to plan all the routes very carefully, plan out all the routes. And I also want to think about what really cool destinations people want to fly to. But yeah, that's like I said. I'm trying to find a contiguous flight plan that will go through all the countries, and yet I still want to hit the major cities and all that too. So, like I said, it's not easy finding this flight plan. So, oh, I guess I could fly to Easter Island. That could be an alternative as well, but I felt it was. But here's the thing, though: Easter Island was kind of far away from the United States over the Easter Island. It was just much easier to do it from the ocean and the legs already established. It was already easy. Yes, and look to our right, guys. We can see one of the mountains and glaciers in this area. Very, very pretty. Yeah, very, very excited for the upcoming series as well. I can't wait to show you guys the new series as well. Antarctica is not a sovereign nation. What I use for this is um, I use the UN Database of Nations. It's based off the United Nations, so I use their database of sovereign states, but also other states with limited recognition. Like that's how I did the Western Sahara. I did Somaliland in Taiwan mainly, or the big three. In Kosovo, yeah, Kosovo is also the R1 too. Yeah, all of this is covered in glacier, by the way. This is even the biggest glacier on the island. That would be further northwest. Big old glacier here known as Vatnajökull. Now ahead of us is uh, Vatnajökull. Vatnajökull is actually the largest ice cap in Iceland and the second largest in Europe after the Severny Island ice cap in Novaya Zemlya, Russia. Covers 10% of the country's area with an area around 7,900 square kilometers. But yeah, very big glacier. The average thickness of the ice is around 1,250 feet, and the maximum thickness is around 3,000 feet. Iceland's highest peak is located in the southern periphery, which is Havandal which is 6,921 feet. The glacier was actually used as a shooting location for the second season of HBO's Game of Thrones. It was also featured in The Amazing Race 6 in 2004, as it's one of the several sites they visited. It was also featured in the opening sequence of the 1985 James Bond film, A View to Kill, which was the last Bond film that was played by Sir Roger George Moore. So it's an important little glacier as well. Yeah, that is the glacier we visited. Yeah, around 194. That's right. So that is true. That's why we're going to visit all of them. No, and that's why I wanted to do it right by visiting each of the countries as well. Yeah, there's a lot of countries I definitely want to consider. So mm, so soon, once we get to the waypoint, we'll be turning to a heading of 127. We'll be going through there for 239 nautical miles. But yeah, yesterday, you guys want to know what I did yesterday? So yesterday, I did the FS Hub achievement for U.S. cities. That's what I did last night. Um, that's what I did last night. Did the FS Hub achievement. I'm curious to see if we're getting a new NOTAM today. I know that we usually get new NOTAMs pretty. Where is it? Yeah, we usually get new gnomes every Sunday. Either 6 Knots has been really busy, or um, hey, we actually got a follow from FX Greedo. Thank you so much for the follow, my dude. We're currently doing leg 57 of our DC-3 around the world trip from Reykjavik, Iceland to Wick, Scotland. That is what we're doing here. We're recreating what Team Breitling did back in 2017 as they took their 77-year-old DC-3 round trip from Geneva. It took them 7 months to do in real life, and it might take me about 11 months. Leg 57, geez, yeah. Our total jury is 67 legs. Um, yeah, our entire journey is 65 legs. We had to go through France, Italy, Croatia, Greece. We had to go through the Middle East, from Israel, Jordan, Bahrain. We had to go through all of those areas on this journey so far. We even crossed the Pacific back to North America through Alaska. I mean, we went through some pretty crazy legs, for sure. But this is the last of the North Atlantic crossing legs back to Europe. So, pretty crazy. We got to actually go through all this, but it's a huge accomplishment, though, for us and this channel. This is my first ever around the world trip that I created. I've been through around the world streams before, but this is the first time I've actually done so on my own. Pretty crazy stuff. I also stream 3 times a week as well. On Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays is my days I usually stream. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll be back Wednesday. I got a vacation. I got vacation stuff next week. So the next DC-3 leg is gonna be on Wednesday actually, since I got a vacation to go through, and legs 58 and 59 are gonna be pretty short. It's gonna only take about 3 hours to get it done. So, and that's usually my stream schedule. Is usually my Wednesday streams are usually 2-3 hours, so this works out perfectly. So it works out. But yeah, if you want to check them out, I have my Discord. Here's the Discord. Yeah. It would not only would you and if you guys want to see my previous VODs too, because I've worked on these, I have them all in the my YouTube channel. is where I put my VODs. So feel free to check those out. But yeah, I've been working pretty hard on all of this stuff. And if you thought this is crazy, next year I'm going to be doing the all countries around the world on stream, visiting all 190 plus countries. I mean, it will be GA and airliners, so we'll be going through all around the world and visiting every country. This would be the ultimate achievement. And I'm not even the master of around the world. If you want to check out around the world masters of doing these flights, Allison Johnson's your woman. Typhon, can you give her a shout out? If you don't mind, giving a shout out to Allison Johnson. She's been doing these around the world journeys for the last couple of years. She's been doing multiple times as well. Amazing individual. A person I highly recommend you check it out if you love this horse. Yeah, amazing individual. Allison Johnson's a wonderful person to be around. In fact, she even got me into streaming in the first place. Oh, nice. Thank you, my dude. Let me go ahead and put you in there as well. Oh. Oh, poor Typhon. Typhon's still, he's just a new mod. Typhon's gonna take some getting used to being a mod. No worries. Here we go. Allison Johnson, amazing individual. Definitely worth checking out her channel. So yeah, we're gonna be also on my streams. If you guys don't know, I also work on slideshow stuff, and that is what I do for all my streams is work on these slideshows, and that way you guys get some information about each of the places we're flying to. Because if you guys don't know about my channel, and this is something I've been doing since I originally started back on Twitch. I've always done this sort of stuff since I started, and that's because I've always been a research-minded individual. And that's stuck with me ever since, and it's worked out for my channel. I mean, it's my channel's trademark. So we're gonna be turning here pretty soon. Hey, good to see you, Flyby 2. Welcome on in, my dude. We're making our way over to our Breitling DC-3 around the world trip. We're making our way to Lake 57 today. And we're making our way over to Wick, Scotland today. We're making our way over. We just left Iceland for real, as we say goodbye to beautiful Iceland, and now we're making our way over to Scotland for this journey. It's pretty crazy to think about. We're already now ready. This is the last leg of our Atlantic crossing, by the way. After this, the rest of the legs are going to be in mainland Europe, UK, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and back to Switzerland. But yeah, we do not have that much farther left to go at all. We're nearly done with the journey. I'm glad you came by around too, Flyby. And thank you for the follow earlier today. Thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Yeah, pretty crazy. We're about to get the end of our journey. I mean, we started this all the way back in New Year's Day, this year. It's gonna be pretty crazy to think about the end of our journey. Man, I had a lot of fun on this journey. Get to visit all the areas of the world. I didn't ever get a chance to really visit all that much. I mean, I remember when Allison Johnson did her around the world journey back with Erhard, how crazy of a trip that was. But it's one thing to fly along with others, but to come up with your own around the world trip, I mean, was really, really cool. So glad I got to do this journey, especially with the DC-3 coming out. I thought this was a great way to celebrate the DC-3's arrival into the Sim. And man, I was glad we got to actually do this. Especially with such an A, historic plane like this, and two, oh yeah. Oh. Oh yes, you do also stream Flyby. Oh nice, I didn't know you streamed. Let me go ahead and support your channel, my dude. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for the shout out there, Typhon. But yeah, I love these old planes too. I like old planes. In fact, before the DC-3 came out, my favorite old plane was actually the Junkers J-52. If you guys never heard of the Junkers, but the J-52 was one of my favorite planes in the sim. It still is one of my favorites. And I took that on my first ever historical recreation. It was the 1926 Berlin-Beijing flight with the Junkers J-52. And we flew it across Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Belarus, and of course through most of Russia, most of continental Russia, including cities like Moscow, Kazan, Yekaterinburg, Omsk, Krasnoyarsk, Irkutsk, Chita, and then going through Manchuria. We got to go through Kuala Lumpur, Harbin, Chengchun, and to Beijing. It was a really cool journey. And it was an idea that came from one of my community members, Nightzep, and he came up with that whole plan. But that was one of my favorite flight plans. Yes, and I'll definitely take the tri-motor for one of the flights, absolutely. We would see my next around the world trip is, I came up with a new around the world trip. If you're interested, Flyby, it's going to be visiting every single country in the world. In one contiguous flight plan, too. We'll be visiting everywhere in the world. Every single sovereign country in the world we're going to be paying a visit. And it's going to be GA and airliners will be paying a visit to every single country. And I meticulously made a detailed flight plan through all of it. But basically, it's going to be pretty crazy. But I am very, very excited for it. And that's going to be the crown achievement for this channel is to do, and that's probably going to take over at least 2 of my days. Um, of my thing, it's going to take over 2 to 3 days mainly. Is going to be doing that around the world trip. Probably it's going to take over my Wednesday. It's definitely going to take over Sundays. The question is, do I want to take over Wednesday or Friday? That's my question. Because that's the important part. Try to take over Wednesday or Friday. I'll let you guys in the chat know, but that is my big new plan. Oh yeah, you fly the Cub. Oh, the Cub's a good choice. I like the Cub. I haven't flown in the Cub in a long time, but yeah, the Cubs are definitely my favorite GA planes. Just because, I mean, I like backcountry flying. I like flying the bush trips. And they're absolutely amazing for that sort of stuff. So very, very excited. Hopefully with this around the world trip, we can fly more of the GA stuff. And there's tons of good GA planes to fly. So yeah, pretty important stuff. I'll definitely check out your flight schedule. Yep. Docker governments. Oh, nice. On We Travel TV. Oh, nice. That's perfect. That's what I like to do too. I love history, food, and culture. That's perfect. That's what I like to do too. And then you come in the right place because guess what? Let's go ahead and talk about Scotland while we're here. So Scotland itself is actually one of the parts of the United Kingdom, as well as Wales, England, and Northern Ireland all make up the United Kingdom. But this is actually the second largest country in the UK. And accounts for 8% of the population of the UK in 2019. Its only land border is a 96-mile border with England to the southeast. As well as the North Sea to the northeast and east, and Irish Sea to the south. There's about 32 subdivisions that make up Scotland and more than 790 islands in the entire area. Primarily in the Hebrides and Northern Isles. Most of the population is concentrated in the Central Belt, including its capital, Edinburgh. And also the plain between the Scottish Highlands and Southern Upland. So Scotland actually merged within the 9th century with the merging of the Gaelic kingdom of Dalhousie and the kingdom of the Picts. It continues a sovereign independent state until 1707, when it was formed a personal union by King James VI, as he inherited the 3 kingdoms and became the UK. So in 1999, the Scottish Parliament was re-established with a unicameral legislature of 129 members. In Scotland, the monarchy has used various titles and royal symbols in Scotland. The legal system is also separate from those of England and Wales, and has the continuous existence of legal, educational, and religious institutions that are distinct from the UK, have led to the continuation of Scottish culture and identity since the 1707 union with England. So Scotland is still very unique compared to the rest of the United Kingdom. So even though the UK itself is made of different constituent states, each of the constituent states still have their unique culture and heritage that is still distinct from each other. Pretty cool stuff to learn about. Yeah, come join us after we're done. Absolutely. I'll definitely come in and join you. So let's talk about Scotland's history for a bit. And by the way, Scotland's actually where my mother's side of the family was descended from. So, history of Scotland. The early history of Scotland came back in 320 BC when the Greek sailor Pytheas, who called the northern tip of Britain Orcas, and that was the source of the name of the Orkney Islands. But most of modern Scotland was actually not incorporated into the Roman Empire. Though the Romans did have incursions within Scotland in 79 AD, when Agricola, a Roman general, invaded Scotland, defeated the Caledonian army in 83 AD, and after the Roman victory, Roman forts were on the Gas Bridge to the Highland line, but after 3 years of battle, the Roman armies have withdrawn to the southern uplands. And basically, and then by the reign of Trajan, Roman control has just lapsed to Britain's south between the River Tyne and the Solway Firth. And along that line, if you guys know about Emperor Hadrian, well, he formed his own wall, Hadrian's Wall in northern England. And Hadrian's line became the northern border of the Roman Empire during that time. It was also the Romans that brought Christianity over to Scotland. So. In fact, you can actually still see, in real life Scotland, you can actually still see the Hadrian Wall still in there as well. So you guys can check out the real life Hadrian's Wall there in Scotland, which is pretty cool. Check out and visit. So. Yes, I really want to check out Scotland. My mom and dad have been really wanting to visit Scotland. Mainly my mom. Scotland would be so cool to visit. Between Edinburgh, Glasgow, the Scottish Highlands. I flew over Scotland more than a few times. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. As well. It's a beautiful area. You can still see parts of Hadrian's Wall to this day. But like I said, the British have yet to complete, but there's not yet an invasion of. They also then built the Antonian Wall by his successor, Antonius Pius. And between the Firth of Clyde and the Firth of Forth, the Romans invaded Caledonia in 208-210 in the Severian dynasty. Although the forts had been established in many of those areas, the Caledonians revolted and overran. So the farthest we go to Britain would be up to north Scotland, which was part of Britannia. That's about how far as it went for many years in Rome. To the Roman historians Tacitus and Cassius Dio, the Scottish Highlands area north were called Caledonia. The Roman military government was withdrawn from the island altogether by the 5th century, resulting in Anglo-Saxon settlement of Britain and the immigration of them to southern Scotland and the rest of Great Britain. as a result. As the Anglo-Saxons were settled in Britain during the 5th century. So they settled down to Britain and formed the modern kingdoms. Beginning in the 6th century, the area now Scotland was divided into 3 areas. We have Pictland, which is to the north. We have the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Northumbria, which is to the south. And then right in the center is Dalriada, which is a bit more to the north. Yeah, Dalriada is to the west. Northumbria is to the southeast Scotland, and finally Pictland is within all around central Scotland. As Gaelic influence still continued on during this timeline, during the 9th, Vikings also raided the area during the 8th century, have started to raid over modern Scotland. During all the Viking raids. And all of the raiders brought slaves and luxury items. The Vikings also acquired quite a bit of land, and you could find Norse settlements in northwest Scotland, but conquered many areas around the coast. And as a result, during the Northern Isles, you saw Norse. However, in the 9th century, the Norse threat allowed a Gael named Sinead Mac Alpin to seize power for Pictland and establishing a royal dynasty to which the modern monarchs changed their lineage. It marked the beginning of the end of Pictish culture. The kingdom of Sinead and his descendants, known as Alba. And by the 10th century, Gaelic culture grew over much of northern Scotland. And as a result, the kingdom then expanded southwards, and as they got more agriculture and land, and Sinead continued to grow his kingdom through and through. During the 12th and 13th centuries, much of Scotland was under control by a single ruler. Initially, Gaelic culture predominated, but immigrants from France, England, and Flanders created a more diverse society, with Gaelic being replaced by Scots. Although a modern nation state emerged from this, war with England started the growth of the Scottish national consciousness. David I and his successors centralized the royal power and united mainland Scotland, captured regions like Moray, Galloway, and Caithness. With feudalism consolidated, with both Anglo-Norman incomers and native chieftains granted land, it became a complex relationship with England. The Scots are trying to exploit and had to make both successful and unsuccessful attempts to exploit English political turmoil, longest by the peace. However, the big thing that happened during the 13th into the 13th century was the War of Scottish Independence. With the death of Alexander III, broke the succession line of Scottish kings. Edward I of England arbitrated various claimants for the Scottish crown. In return for surrendering Scotland's nominal independence, John Balliol was declared king, the King of Scots, for 4 years. However, he and other Scottish lords refused England's demand. Combine that with Scotland and France's treaty, known as the Old Alliance, war ensued between England and Scotland, which Edward was successfully taken over and deposed of John. But there was still resistance to the English, led by Andrew Moray and, of course, Sir William Wallace, in the Wars of Scottish Independence. And that lasted until Robert the Bruce was crowned King of Scotland, as well as victories by the Battle of Bannockburn allowed the Scots to regain control of their kingdom. And the world's first Declaration of Independence was signed in 1320, the Declaration of Arbroath, allowing Scotland to gain sovereignty from the English crown. As well. So, if you guys want to join in my Discord, yeah, it's always been a hotly contested countries with the crest. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I also have a Discord. If you want to join my Discord flyby, I got my Discord set up for you. Oh. basically Scotland's kind of highly... Yeah. But that's basically about Scotland, and that's about that. Led to the War of Scottish Independence. Basically, the Civil War happened. And then afterwards, after the Declaration of Independence, a civil war between the Bruce dynasty and their rivals, the House of Comyn and Valiant, lasted until the 14th century. And although Bruce's action was successful, David II's lack of heir allowed his nephew Robert II to come to the throne. And with Robert II on the throne, he established the House of Stuart, and they ruled Scotland for the remainder of the Middle Ages, and experienced greater prosperity from the end of the 14th century to the Reformation, and increased division between the Highland and Lowlands of Scotland. So basically, the House of Stuart actually ran and ruled over much of Scotland. In real life, they ruled all the way till the 1714s, before the whole Union. They were the last royal dynasty of Scotland, the Stuarts. The Treaty of Perpetual Peace was signed in 1502 by James IV of Scotland and King Henry VII of England. James then invaded England in support of France on the terms of Old Alliance and became the last British monarch to die. It was James IV. He was the last British monarch to actually die in battle. At the Battle of Flodden in 1513, which was the war with England during the minority years of Mary Queen of Scots, was also known as the Rough Ruling. And eventually, in 1516, the Treaty of Edinburgh brought the end of the Siege of Leicester and recognized the Protestant Queen Elizabeth I as Queen of England. The Parliament of Scotland met and adopted the Scots Confession, which signaled the Scottish Reformation, a sharp break from the papal authority in Roman Catholic teaching, forcing Mary, the Queen of Scots, to abdicate in 1567. In 1603, James VI actually took the throne of both England and Ireland in the Union of Crowns. And with all this sort of stuff, the Union Jack was designed at James's behest. James VI and first intended to create a single kingdom of Great Britain, but was originally thwarted by the Parliament of England. However, after a couple of attempts, they managed to finally form a unified government. Through quite a bit. After the execution of the Scottish King in 1649, amid the Wars of the Kingdoms in invaded Scotland, Oliver Cromwell imposed the first written constitution of the Isles, the Institute of Government, in 1652. Because, yes, for a little bit, Britain was a bit of a republic, actually, under Oliver Cromwell. Though, again, that did not last when the House of Stuart was restored in 1660. And after a couple of decades of trying to of revolts and all that, eventually, though, the Treaty of Union was signed in 1707, unifying the kingdoms of Scotland and England and Wales, formed the United Kingdom of Great Britain. Despite opposition from Edinburgh, Glasgow, eventually, though, it soon didn't dissipate too much. As a result, when trade tariffs with England abolished, trade blossomed with colonial America, and Scotland became a lot wealthier. In fact, at one point, until the American War of Independence, Glasgow was actually the world's premier tobacco port. A lot of people don't know about that. And it dominated world trade. Yeah, Glasgow. A lot of people don't know about that. The post-Jacob Stuart was still popular among the Highlands, which is known as the Jacobites, and launched two different uprisings in 1715 and 1745, and they both failed to remove the House of Hanover. With the Jacobite movement ended, we can start going to the Industrial Age. And with thanks to the Enlightenment and Industrial Revolution, Scotland became an intellectual, commercial, and industrial powerhouse. Without Jacobitism in the Union, thousands of Scots took up service in politics, civil service, army, navy, trade, economics, and more across the growing British Empire. And towards the end of the century, Prime Minister of Scottish descent include William Gladstone and the Earl of Rosebery. There's still also growing labor movements all across the decade too. As a result, there's also tons of industrial development. And as a result, Glasgow became, at one point, one of the largest cities in the world and became known as the second city of the empire after London, with all the shipyards and stuff. Brought in a lot of wealth and all that. It also saw a lot of liberalization with the Highland culture of Scotland. Um, Mainly the Romantic revival, Tartan and kilt were adopted by social elite across Europe and not just Scotland. As well. Of course, the Scots also had a lot of immigration to the New World, mainly the North America. Scotland also played a major role during the First and Second World Wars as well. With the large population, Scotland's oversent 500,000 men to World War One, who a quarter of the men were actually killed by disease or combat, and 150,000 more wounded. And it saw a radical movement of trade unionists, but they were eventually weakened over time. And then during the Second World War, Scotland was largely targeted by the Nazis due to its factories, shipyards, and coal mines. The Germans bombed Glasgow and Edinburgh. And the most significant air raid was the Clydebank Blitz of 1941, intended to destroy shipbuilding, and 520 people were killed, 4,000 homes were totally destroyed. But one of the most unusual things of World War II happened also in Scotland. In 1941, German politician Rudolf Hess flew all the way to Renfrewshire, attempting to bring a peace deal between the Duke of Hamilton. Before his departure, he gave a letter addressed to Adolf Hitler about his intentions and delivered the letter. And he actually landed in Britain. But it was a pretty funny thing that happened. And again, Scotland also served as an important area for bases for the Royal Navy and all. However, after World War II, but after the war, Scotland's economic situation worsened due to overseas competition, inefficient industry, and industrial disputes. Only in recent decades, the country has enjoyed something of a cultural and economic renaissance, including resurgent financial services, electronics manufacturing, and the North Sea oil. And then, following a referendum in 1997, the Scotland Act of 1988 passed by British Parliament and established a devolved Scottish Parliament and government with responsibilities to laws in Scotland. And the new Scotland Parliament building in Holyrood opened in 2004 and paved the way for a referendum for Scottish independence, though that unfortunately did not. For pro-independence voters, it did not pass. As most want to remain in the UK. 55% said no to independence. Oh, yeah. That is Scotland's history. I'll do that now, bro. Gotcha. But yeah. Scotland is definitely very interesting. Got lots of history and stuff to learn about. So yeah, that is Scotland's history for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the notes like I did. I put a lot of time and effort on these notes for you guys to learn about. I do those usually on days I don't stream usually, just work on the notes. So I put a lot of time and effort on it all. So. Yeah, very, very cool. So we're about 420 nautical miles away. We're about 420 nautical miles away. So we got we just got 2.5 hours left to go on this flight. So I hope everyone's enjoying things going well. I mean, Yeah. Can't believe that we're already making this through. But yeah, Scotland, very interesting area of Europe to learn about. So I do have a bit of a question. So about the notes for our around the world trip, I guess maybe I'll go over an overview about each of the countries. Maybe I got a bigger question when I do that. So my question is how would you guys want me to do the around the world flight for this next one? Should I go as much detail as I do normally? Or since we're visiting 192 countries, do you want me to get me like a slight overview of important events in history, then talk more into detail about culture, food, and all that? I think that would probably be the more realistic thing to do. Probably just do a brief overview. Just trying to find a really. Hey, Dougal McTavish, good to see you, my dude. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're doing all right, Dougal. I mean, I hope the weekend's doing okay. Well, fancy seeing you here. What a surprise! Hello. But yeah, I'm doing well, Dougal. This is the last link of the North Atlantic crossing we're doing today. We're flying away over to Wick, Scotland today. So I was covering over a brief of Scotland's history. Yeah, Scotland is a very interesting place to learn about. My mom's side of the family comes from Scotland actually, and it's definitely a country. It's definitely a place where my mom really, really likes to visit. Definitely a lot of great plays. Definitely a lot of great stuff I really want to check out. Like I mean, my mom really wants to do a trip there. For me, I would like to do like a little land tour of Scotland. Um, do a little land tour, visit Scotland for 7 days. I mean, check that out. But yeah, I really do want to check out Scotland as well. It's definitely like I would like. You're doing good, bro. I don't think you should change your style. Yeah, I guess you're probably right, Flyby. Let's see. But yeah, there's a couple like there's like a 13-day tour of Scotland. You visit um Scottish Highlands and all that. That's what I like. But I mean, it would be really cool though. I know things. Yeah, no worries. So But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. We're already this close. But yeah, Dougal, I also decided that on Wednesday stream, we'll be doing legs 58 and 59 on Wednesday since got that around the world trip planned for next year, and I want to have more time to work on the notes because we're visiting 190 plus countries. I kid you not. So I'm gonna need all the time to do the notes. So I mean there's that. So, but yeah, I also got my YouTube channel here too. It's got my previous VODs, but I've worked on my previous series before. I've worked on my first series, by the way, was a Major League Baseball series because you know I'm a huge baseball fan. Um, but yeah, I started out in Kentucky, and I visited all the Major League Baseball teams, as well as visiting um, Canada and Montreal. But I got to talk about the history of baseball and all that. That was my first series on Twitch. Maybe at some point I can talk more about sports again, but it was a very very nostalgic series back when I didn't know how to do streaming and all that. I was a newbie back then. Oh man, but I did a lot of series. I did Route 66, Japan, the Philippines, Norway. But yeah, I've grown a long way since I first started all the way back. Pretty insane the fact that this is how I first started back to my streaming career. Yeah, welcome to the moderators. Yeah, but yeah, Typhon wanted to be a mod on Friday. He wanted to be one of the mods since he wanted to help me out with some moderation stuff. And like I said, sometimes my mods don't always come, so I can use all the modding help I can. Like I do my best to mod myself, but it happened on Friday, Dougal. So on Friday, some guy was saying bat crap or something like that. Like, come on, like Batsim's not perfect, but I would not want to talk about that sort of stuff. So that's why he came to be one of the mods. So, and since Typhon's always been in my chat and everything, I thought, why not put Typhon as a mod? He more than capable of it. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well though. I did some flying yesterday in North America. Got to finish some of that. I also had to do some landscaping work. I had to do some landscaping stuff yesterday. That's what I did, but I worked pretty hard on it. Oh, look at this. Oh, we got a raid from MDA009. Good to see you, MDA. Welcome on in, MDA009 and viewers. This is Fiber Strike 95 Flight Sim. We're here on leg 57 of our DC-3 journey. We're making our way over from Reykjavik, Iceland to Wick, Scotland. This is the last leg of our 3-leg Atlantic crossing back into Europe. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, and raid for Big Boss Robinson as well. Great to see you guys. Great to see you guys here too. Welcome on in, my dudes. Yes, a shout out for MDA and Big Boss Robinson. They actually have been. If you guys didn't know about those two, Those two have actually worked together for years, despite their location and time zone differences. These two have actually made music together and stuff, and they're relatively new streamers. So definitely check them both out. They're both really interesting and great guys. So check them out. Shout out for them. But yes, I've been streaming here on Twitch since 2021. Hey, P.O. Boss, good to see ya. Heyo, heyo, my dude. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're flying the DC-3. We're currently over the North Atlantic right now. But yeah, it is a lot of fun. Streaming can get a lot of fun. I was newbie back in 2021, and it took me a while, but man, streaming can be so much fun. If you put the time and effort into everything, it's definitely well worth it. If you're not aware of this journey, we started this journey back on 27 in New Year's Day. I'm currently recreating what Team Breitling did back in 2017. We started from Geneva. We went our way down through France, Italy, Croatia, Greece, Israel, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Pakistan, India, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, Macau, Taiwan, Japan, the US, Canada, Greenland, and we passed Iceland. Now we're heading back to the UK. In real life, this took them 7 months to do this trip in real life, by the way. Yeah, 7 months of DC-3 flying. Pretty insane to think about. And by the way, the DC-3 that flew in this journey was actually the oldest, is actually 77 years old when they took this DC-3 out for a flight, making this technically the oldest plane to ever go around the world. A 77-year-old DC-3. Yeah, the DC-3 is it is one of my favorite planes. It's such an icon. It's such an iconic plane. I love the DC-3. It's definitely one of my favorite planes to fly. Very nice performance, beautiful views, can do nearly everything you want it to do, good all-around range. It's just a great plane. I love flying the DC. It's an absolute joy. As well. So, but yeah, great to see you, everyone here. So I do agree, P.O. Boss. It's one of my favorites. I like flying the old DC-3. She's one of my favorite little airliners. How many legs in total? There are 65 legs currently. 65 legs. There's 65 legs, and I had to separate them for different streams, but 65 legs total. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about. It's 65 legs. But they had a great time. And oh, by the way, as well, up here on my bookshelf, there's actually a book about our DC-3 journey, and it was written by the author Francisco Gullo. He worked on the book. And if you guys want to know more about the book, and you want to get it for yourself, exclamation point book. And oh yeah, here it is. The legendary DC-3 Around the World book. I have it on my bookshelf. So that's where I got all the notes for how the planes flew in the journey. So it should be a very fun trip. So yeah, it is quite the trip for our DC-3. Also, NDA, I also, no worries at all about the Allison Johnson raid. I thought it'd be great to support someone who's been in our community for a long while and has been started streaming. I thought it'd be a great way to support one of the fellow Fireflies, too. So, yeah, pretty crazy. It is one heck of a trip. But it's nothing compared to what I got planned next year. For next year in 2025, it's going to be an insane trip. Because next year, I'm planning on doing the mother of all around the world trips. It is all 120, it's every single country in the world, every sovereign state in the nation, in the world. We're going to be checking out every single sovereign country on the planet on stream. It is going to be massive. It is going to be an over 100,000 nautical mile journey in GA and airliners. It's going to be an insane journey. I mean, it's going to be insane. It's going to be nuts. But I am beyond excited. We'll be flying nearly every type of plane you could think of. GA, turboprop, the prop liners, jet liners. We'll be flying all sorts of planes on that journey. It's gonna be insanely exciting. I can't wait to do this with you guys. It's gonna be amazing. And I meticulously crafted every single one of these flight plans. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I'm just very excited to do what we gotta do for the streams, you know? Gotta do what we gotta do. So, MDA also stream on Wednesdays and Fridays as well. So, I know it may be a little late for where you live in Australia, but yeah, I do lots of streams. Wednesdays are usually my airliner streams. I'll be flying the 7-3 family or the ATR family planes. Though sometimes you may see me in the 7-4 or 787. But I mainly fly the airliners on those days. And then Fridays, of course, are my general aviation streams because I still really like general aviation. So definitely very interested to do all this sort of. And of course, Sundays are right now my DC-3 series. That being said, when that new trip goes around the world, I'm thinking it might either be 2 days a week for the around the world, the new one, or dare I say, 3 days a week. But yeah, it's gonna be nuts when I do this sort of stuff. It's gonna be insane. Yeah, normally I get the notification in bed, watching some of the streams when I get the chance. Gotcha. But yeah, I put a lot of work into a lot of this sort of stuff. For sure. Pretty crazy stuff. Oh. Oh, I slipped this. Here you go. This Discord stuff. But yeah, I hope you guys had a good in the chat. I hope you guys have had a good weekend so far. The weekend's turned out pretty nicely for you guys. So the weekend hopefully turned well for you guys. I mean, definitely lots of stuff going on the weekend. But there are some bit of news I do want to talk about for a bit. Sarah Sim released a new chopper to the sim. This is the Mill Mi-17 helicopter. If you people haven't heard about them more, they mainly gained a pretty big reputation for their models in FSX and P3D. So they now have released a teaser for the Mi-17, which looks really nice as well from the teaser image. Though there's still a lot of dark about their great details and stuff. However, if you've ever been around the older platforms, they produce some top-tier helicopter models for the previous older sims. So if they end up bringing that same thing to MSFS, then that would be really, really cool. But the Mi-17 should be a really interesting plane to bring in the sim. So for guys that don't know the Mi-17, it's known as the HIP. It was first flew back in 1917. And it's mainly used as a twin turbine helicopter, and it's used not only by the Russians, but 60 other countries have made it, and approximately 12,000 have been built as of 2007. But it's used in a lot of different countries. I mean, including, but the following is including historical operators include Poland, Hungary, India, Ghana, Ethiopia, Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Jets, Pakistan, North Korea, Vietnam, the United States has even operated one or two of them, Thailand, and all that. I mean, these choppers are pretty effective. I mean, powered by two Kilmov VK2500 PO3 turboshafts, producing 2400 horsepower each for takeoff, and they can get to a cruise speed of 140 knots and a range of 430 nautical miles. But a very effective little utility chopper. But yeah, it should be very interesting to see how they pulled off in the sim. Like from what I've read, they actually had quite a decorated past for their choppers. So, AnyBuilds has announced a new airport they're working on Palm Springs. Palm Springs International. After their successful launch of Southampton, they're going to reveal the release on October 20th. Palm Springs International, just 2 miles apart from the heart of Palm Springs. This rendition of Palm Springs International serves as a light flight gateway to desert paradise. And the airport, which saw nearly 3 million passengers in 2022, is a significant travel hub in California. Palm Springs International is well known for its stress-free ambiance. And its rearward airport features an open-air courtyard with dining and restaurant facilities and more. So they're going to release coming soon, and the price is going to be around 15 British pounds. Which, if you know anything about AnyBuilds, they know how to make a really nice airport for the sim. And I mean, they've worked on a lot of great airports in the sim. So Palm Springs would be another great addition if you guys love flying those areas. It'll be another great addition. So another great addition. Sure. But you know the weirdest thing? And then coming from Flight Sim Studio, the Technim P2012 Traveler, the twin-engine aircraft, is now been announced, which is a brand new development. They're going to come out, and it's going to be released later this year, featuring detailed 3D models and high-resolution textures, including a realistic sound environment and all that. And it'll come in 5 cabin configs, including airline, combi, medevac, cargo, and skydive, as well as a customized G1000, electronic engine controls, and more. And it will even feature a mission hub based on real-world operators. And Flight Sim Studio knows how to make a pretty solid planes. And then finally, they're going to be announcing the long-awaited release, the Embraer E195 for the E-Jets. They've been working on them for quite a long while since earlier this year, but apparently the E195 is now going to come on release on November or beginning December of this year. And it's going to be released as a separate product with the E190 model as a free update for customers. But yeah, this should be very interesting considering Flight Sim Studio is now working on the regional jets. And finally, the most interesting news that I've read from MSFS add-ons, the folks at Parallel 42 released a new product. No, it is not a plane, it is actually a UTV. Yes, the Juice Goose. That's right, they released a car into the simulator. First the Kitfox, now they have released a car. At least a UTV. But But this UTV is engineered to navigate challenging terrain, sandy dune, and remote backcountry trails with ease. It would come in 3 motor variants: crawler, touring, and speedster, also featuring 13 liveries and optional vehicle accessories, including a custom scene at Goose Bowl Airport with a real-world playground and off-road vehicles. It also features user-friendly controls, and it's even optimized for Xbox controllers, based off the mapping style after Forza Horizon, which is pretty cool. It features dynamic steering, steady-level suspension system, and even a co-pilot, the auto as well, along with a built-in portable radio and more, as well as high-fidelity 3D models textures, which is pretty crazy to think about. Pretty insane stuff. And all of this comes at a price of, get this, $15 US. I mean, pretty crazy to think about it. Currently available on PC right now, but absolutely crazy to think about. Yes, Parallel 42 released in UTV. Gotta go now, my friend? No worries, MDA. It's 3 AM, no worries. You're in Australia at the time zones. Get some sleep, my dude. And I hope we can talk to each other soon again. Thank you so much. Let me get a shout for MDA009. One more shout out for him. Go ahead and support my good friend's channel. Support his channel on Twitch. Support his channel here on Twitch and give him a follow and give him some support. I think he's currently past affiliate, but I'd like to give him even more support. Definitely do that. But yeah, have a good night, my dude. Get some sleep. But yeah, we're getting closer to Scotland. We're about 340 nautical miles away. So we'll talk more about Scotland once we make our way to our next waypoint on the map. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Yes, Typhon said, yeah, probably a couple people like, what is this Forza Horizon? Not really. Not quite affiliate, just need the viewers. Yep, that's why I'm hoping that I'll give you more of the viewers. Yeah, I hope you get to affiliate, my dude. I mean, you definitely put in a really nice stream, so hope you get the support. Yeah, we're not too far from the Faroe Islands. If you guys don't know about the Faroe Islands, it's actually part of Denmark. It's one of the dependent territories of Denmark. Very interesting little place for sure to visit. Oh, the stream elements? I was just testing to see if the stream elements. Probably not. Oh, it still views you as a VIP. That's what's going on. Hey, good to see you, Classic Pilot. Welcome on in. The flight's going pretty well, my dude. We're currently flying our way over to Wick, Scotland. We took off a while back from Reykjavik. So we're doing leg 57 of our journey. This is the last of the North Atlantic crossing legs of the North Atlantic. So we're making our way over to Scotland. So I hope you're doing well, my dude. Yeah, we're over the ocean. Oh, the new gnomes just came out. I saw that. So yes, a Denmark sightseeing achievement. So yeah, we're gonna do flying around Denmark. Now we will fly over Denmark in the sim, so it should be very interesting. Hmm. Yep. But yeah, so far we got the stat pages and stuff. Pretty crazy. But yeah, this should be a pretty simple achievement though. I'll probably get that done probably later today. Pretty nice. Oh, you're crossing the Atlantic from the ocean liner. You're still crossing the Atlantic. Yeah. In real life, it'll probably take you around 7 days or something like that. So we get there pretty soon. Southampton, New York, going 23 knots. Yeah, it'll take you a bit. Yeah, normally 5 days, but it looks like 6 days with the weather in sim, not real life. Yeah. So yeah, in multiplayer it might get buzzed. Yeah. Now you're just passing over Halifax. Oh, you're in virtual ship simulator. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, I now get it. Virtual Sailor NG. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's a ship simulator. Uses its own graphic engine and all that. Yeah, but the one he's on is a much more realistic program compared to the one there. Yeah, there are ships for MSFS, but they're not as models as good as probably that ship simulator. Okay, guys, if you look to your left, you see all those peaks up there? That's the Faroe Islands, actually. The Faroe Islands are an island group consisting of so basically the Faroe are part of Denmark. They're one of the autonomous territories of Denmark. They're located 320 kilometers or 200 miles northwest of the UK and halfway between Norway and Iceland. The islands have a total area of 1,400 square kilometers and a population of 54,000. The capital and largest city is Tórshavn. Tórshavn. The terrain is rugged with a subpolar ocean climate. It is windy, wet, cloudy, and cool. Between 1035 and 1814, the Faroe Islands were once part of the Kingdom of Norway, but after the Treaty of Kiel, they were originally part of Sweden, and Denmark got to keep its territories. While part of the Kingdom of Denmark, the Faroes are self-governing since 1948, control most areas apart from military defense, policing, justice, currency, and foreign affairs. But they have their own independent trade policies and agreements with their states. In the Faroes, in certain sports, the Faroe Islands even have their own national teams. As a result, yeah, there's the Faroe Islands. Left. Oh, I wonder how Barrow Airport looks. Barrow Airport looks pretty nice, actually. Barrow is its own. Barrow's one of the handcrafted airports that came with the UK World Update. But Barrow's actually pretty nice. It's a beach runway. Very, very cool. It's very, very important. Yeah, it looks very, very nice. I actually went there on one of my streams, by the way, and landed at Barra. But yeah, very, very cool little airport. It's definitely one of the world's most unique airports. It's definitely one of the coolest. I flew in there for one of my streams, but really unique airports. I mean, it's the only one. It's believed to be the only airport in the world where scheduled flights use as a tidal beach, and it's popular with visitors and cockle pickers or clam pickers. And it's definitely one of the most unique. And Logan Air actually flies there from Glasgow, but they mainly operate the Twin Otter out of this airport because the Twin Otter is perfectly suited for that airport. Very, very cool. I don't think a 747 can land there. The longest runway from this airport is 1,300 feet. Yeah, good luck getting a 747 down from there. Unless you put max air brakes plus thrusters, reverse thrusters. I don't think you can safely land a 747 there. Joking. Might as well try to land a Catalina at the airport. Yeah, a Catalina could definitely land there. Unless you're Swiss 101. Yeah, Swiss, if you guys never heard of Swiss 001, he's definitely one of the most famous aviation YouTubers. Very famous guy. He does a lot of flights and stuff. He does some really interesting stuff on his channel. Yes. Let's go ahead and make the turn. Yep. Here, guys. We're gonna keep this heading. It's for 85 nautical miles. Let's go ahead and talk more about. I once landed at 742-700 my local airport. Landed two when my local airline went bankrupt. Only 6,000 foot long. That 742 must be lightly loaded. Yeah, a light loaded one can. Let's go ahead and talk more about our slideshow for a bit, since I think this would now be a good time to talk more about our slideshow for a bit. So let's talk about Scotland's geography a bit. So Scotland, geographical-wise, Scotland's geography contains the majority of the mountains in the UK. The majority of the geography of Scotland is very varied, from rural lowlands to the unspoiled uplands, from large cities to sparsely inhabited islands. Scotland is a very geographically diverse area. While its mountains may not be the tallest, they're definitely very beautiful as well. Scotland contains the majority of mountainous terrain in the UK. The topography of Scotland is distinguished by the Highland boundary fault, which traverses the Scottish mainland from Helensburgh to Stonehaven. And it separates between the Highland and Lowland. In the more rugged Highland region of Scotland contains the majority of its mountainous terrain, including the highest peak in the UK, Ben Nevis, which is around 4,400 feet above sea level. The lowlands are home to most of the population, especially the narrow waste of land, the Central Belt, and the largest city of Scotland is actually Glasgow, but the capital and political center is in Edinburgh. You can also find an abundance of natural resources like coal, iron, and zinc, contributed to a lot of the industrial growth of Scotland during the 19th and early 20th century. Today, energy is still a major component of the economy, and even though it's actually a large producer of petroleum, renewable energy continuing to grow over the next couple of years. As a result. Hey, we got a raid from Kaharia, my dear. Good to see you, Kaharia. Good to see you, Kaharia. Welcome on in. Hello again. Where's the the airline was Evergreen. Okay. We're going to see Kahari Raiders. Welcome on in. We're currently doing leg 57 of our DC-3 around the world journey. We're heading our way over from Reykjavik to Wick, Scotland. So we're not actually that far away. We're just 273 nautical miles from Scotland, everyone. Hope you're all enjoying the stream. I'm gonna check the tanks. Okay, the tanks are just less than half. Not big. But yeah, let me get a shout out to the wonderful Kaharia, a wonderful person to be in here. She's an amazing flight sim streamer, great content creator, just an amazing individual. So check out her channel here on Twitch. I hope you had a great flight, Kaharia. I think I saw you earlier flying from I remember correctly, you flew. You actually did some flights for Firefly Air. I believe I saw you from a flight from Echo Bravo Lima Golf to Bristol. I saw you doing that from Leeds to Bristol. Very, very nice. Very, very cool. Yeah, very, very. That's right. You were going from Vienna to Bristol, but you had a CTD. Oh, yikes! Yeah, CTDs are not fun, Kaharia. Yeah, CTDs are not fun. I would tell you that much. Like, I'm lucky for me, I don't get CTDs, but I absolutely feel for everyone who has CTD issues because I know how much that sucks, especially on stream, mind you. I don't have to tell you why that stinks. Yes. Scotland has a lot of lowlands. There's also over 900 islands in Scotland, 100 of which are inhabited, and most are located off the northern and western coast of Scotland. Very important in terms of climate. So Scotland's also got over 6,000 miles of coastline, including the numerous islands and all that. In terms of climate, the climate of Scotland is a very temperate and oceanic climate, though it's very changeable as it's warmed by the Gulf Stream from the Atlantic. Its winters are actually pretty mild, but cooler and wetter summers than many in other areas with similar latitudes. The west of Scotland is usually warmer than the east due to its influence of the ocean currents of the Atlantic and the coastal surface in the North Sea. And rainfall varies widely across Scotland. The Western Highlands are some of the wettest at around over 120 inches of rain. So Scotland can definitely get rain, more so than the eastern side of Scotland. In terms of flora and fauna of Scotland, Scotland's wildlife is typical of that of the rest of Northwest Europe, though there's several larger mammals like the lynx, brown bear, wolf, elk, and walrus were actually hunted to extinction in earlier times. Though there's still important populations of seals and seabirds like gannets. One of the national icons is the golden eagle. During the high mountain times, you can find animals like the ptarmigan, mountain hare, and stoat during the winter months. There's also still remnants of the Scott pine still existing within those areas, and you can find the UK's only endemic bird species, the Scottish crossbill, as well as the capercaillie, Scottish wildcat, red squirrel, and pine marten. Though there have been various reintroductions to animals, including the white-tailed eagle, the red kite, and experimental projects for the beaver and wild boar. The flora is incorporated deciduous and coniferous woodland species. The large-scale commercial tree planting has broaden the grazing of sheep, but also lots of activities like deer stalking and driven goose shooting. As well. So there is not too many animals, but yeah, annoying stuff. So definitely very important stuff to talk about here, Scotland. Pretty important stuff here as well. So then we gotta talk about languages. So let's talk about the Scots language. This is the indigenous language of Scotland. It's now Scotland has 3 indigenous languages. You have English, Scots, and Scottish Gaelic. The Gaelic's more to the northern areas, and the island regions have gotten the most Gaelic, whereas Scots is for most of Scotland. But Scots is the indigenous language. It's the West Germanic language of Scotland and parts of Northern Ireland. Most common known in the Scottish lowlands, sometimes known as Lowland Scots as well. And it's the indigenous language of Scottish by the Scottish government. And it's currently a vulnerable language. Around 1.5 million people are able to speak Scots. But of course, there's been increasing interest in the 2010s, as well as a lot of people wanted to speak more of the language as well, as it's currently been revitalized as well. Like the language of Scots is getting revitalized, especially with the Scottish national consciousness being still really strong, even though it all be influenced from English and all. So Scots is currently going under a revival, mainly in a lot of Scottish schools and all that. The vowel system is somewhat similar to English, though it's a bit different. In Scots, it's pretty similar in some areas to English, though, like I said, it's a bit different. Just like modern English, standard English, modern Scots language follows sub, verb, and object, but the word order may be preferred, like, is it. Also, the definitive article does use before the names of season, days of week, diseases, or it's often used in place of the indefinite article instead of pronouns. Scots include strong plurals such as e, in, cot, or car, horse, crew and kai, and che, shuen that survived from Old English but become weak plurals. Nouns may be unchanged and all that, but that's basically some of the language changes. Oh, have you abandoned commander root? No. The bot. So here's some of the words and phrases. So here's some phrases that are spoken in Scots that you need to learn about. So if you spoke a hen is the Scottish word referring to a female, often a young lady, is called a hen. And it's used in Scottish as a term of the demon. So hen is a woman. And of course, I think we all know this word, spoken by the Irishman himself, the Two-Toe Murphy. Here's a shout for his channel. Amazing individual, Two-Toe Murphy, freak out. But he is, but sometimes he is a pretty big idiot. That's what his word in Scottish is, idiot. Like, some of this in slang, but then we have a curry, which is a cuddle nested in, especially when cold, is a curry. Then we have a gloaming, Gloaming is twilight or dusk. Then ald is old, or ald. Basically a term of Old English, actually. That's one of the old surviving Old English words. That's what that term comes from. That's where that word comes from. Then we have a crabbit. Crabbit is a bad-tempered or grumpy. That's what that word means. So is someone being crabbit today? That means someone who's been very grumpy or bad-tempered. Then we have a tatty, or a potato. That's what they call it in Scots. Then we have, you're looking a bit peely-wally. It's actually a phrase, but if someone ever says that, that means you're looking pale or ill. You're looking a bit peely-wally. And finally, the last phrase you might sometimes hear, haste ye back. Haste ye back. Meaning a farewell greeting, meaning return soon. So, but yeah, that's about some of the Scottish words and languages to keep an eye on. But yeah, it's very important if you ever want to learn things about Scotland. It's important to learn these phrases, but basically there are some sample texts of Scots. But here's a little bit of a sample of what it looks like. Knew the nativity of Jesus Christ was this gate when one his mother Mary was married till Joseph, or they came together. He was fun with but Bam all the Holy Spirit. Then her guidman Joseph been an upright man, and no desire in her name should be the move of the public. Was end to pit her all hidden, but as he had their things in mind, see an angel of the Lord appeared to him by a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, bid not fear to talk till your wife Mary, for that will is begotten in her is by the Holy Spirit. That's some of that bit is from Matthew 1 of 8, 21st from the Bible, from the 4 Gospels. But yeah, basically Scots is similar to English in some areas, but it's also very, very different. There's also Scottish English, which is basically an English dialect spoken in Scottish, in Scotland. But basically, Scots and Scottish, or Scottish English, in that could be very confusing for some people. That's why I do want to talk about that. But yeah, it was pretty important for you guys to learn a little bit about this. Yeah. We're doing pretty well, actually. We're just 230 nautical miles away from our final stop. We're just over an hour. We're just a bit over an hour and 20 minutes away from our final destination. We're just an hour away, so we're nearly done with this. So if you guys are enjoying this like I did, if you guys are enjoying this and haven't smashed the follow button yet, and want to keep supporting the channel, smash that follow button. I stream 3 times a week. Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays is my days I stream here on Twitch. The schedule for this upcoming week, on Wednesday, it'll be my only stream this week, and I've decided to do legs 58 and 59 of our DC-3 journey. I have a vacation going on starting on Friday, so I have no time. I didn't ban the bot. I think Typhon banned it. The only mod that could have banned it was Hey, good to see you, Roby. Welcome on in, Roby. I hope you're doing well. So, we're about to make our way to Wick, Scotland pretty soon. We'll make our way to Scotland pretty shortly, and we're making our way over to Scotland very soon. We're just about 229 miles away. But yeah, we're making our way pretty close to Scotland, everyone. So, hey, good to see you. Hey, Drippy, first time in chat. Welcome on in, my dude. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a great weekend. Bed Drippy. Bed Drippy. So, we're making our way over to Scotland today. We're recreating what Team Breitling did back in 2017. We're currently Lake 57 from Reykjavik to Wick. So we're going from Iceland to Scotland on the last leg of our North Atlantic crossing. We're making our way over back to Europe. So it's very exciting. We started this journey back on New Year's Day this year, and this is currently a 65-leg journey. We already went through much of Europe, Greece to the Middle East, Southeast Asia, East Asia, over to Japan, up to Alaska, and went all across the United States and Eastern Canada. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff on this journey. We went through so much on this journey. It's pretty incredible. But yeah, great to see a new face as always. If you have any questions about the sim or about my content and stuff, feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to answer any type of your questions. I'm more than happy to. But very, very excited to be here with you guys. So, yeah, great to be here with you guys. So we'll finally get to our last waypoint crossing soon. It'll be there in 20 nautical miles. We'll make our 15 nautical miles. We'll make our last turn, and we'll go to the last waypoint of the stream. So we'll go ahead and talk about the rest of Scotland on that way. But pretty crazy. We're just about an hour left to go on the stream. But yeah, outside of the rest of it, we only got 4 more DC-3 streams left to go after this leg, which is pretty crazy. We only got 4 of them left. I mean, what a way to get across this journey. So very, very excited, but great to see a new face in the chat. So, I stream. So hey, Driffy, I stream 3 times a week. I stream on Mondays. I stream on Wednesdays, Sundays, and Fridays, and Sundays. Here on Twitch, I stream airliner. I stream everything from the airliners to general aviation to historic flights. I've been streaming since 2020, 2021. I've been flying the simulator since release day. But yeah, I've done so many journeys on this channel. It's pretty insane. I am super excited to be here as always. I like being chill. I do not fly on VATSIM, unfortunately. I do have a VATSIM account. I just haven't done much flying with VATSIM lately because I've been busy between volunteer work and doing the streams and stuff. I haven't gotten time to learn VATSIM. I've learned how VATSIM works, but I am not really that great with it. We're going to go ahead and turn a bit to the left. And we're going to make our way to 131 degrees. Yeah, it took me a while to get the hang of VATSIM. First talking to, oh, trust me, I can relate to that. Like, I know what it works, I'm just not really good at VATSIM, but yeah, once you get used to it, it's actually not so bad. I'll get to VATSIM at some point. Maybe not now, but in the future I might try. I mean, being with autism is not really that easy. But once you get the hang of it, I think VATSIM is really, really fun. But yeah, I'm glad that people are out there doing VATS and stuff. Like, I respect all the people who do their work on VATSIM. They put a lot of work and effort into all. Let's look at the tanks. 20%. I think I can go a little further than that before having to make the change in the tanks. I don't want to change it. But yeah, VATSIM can definitely be a lot of fun. And I mean, there's a lot of great content creators on that use VATSIM. Yeah, it can be very, very important. But yeah, I would definitely like to do VATSIM at some point. Hey, Diggy Decimus, good to see you, Diggy. It's been a while since I've seen you on my chat, but good to see you, Diggy. I know you haven't streamed in a while, but I'm going to give you a shout out anyway. So check out Diggy Decimus. I know he hasn't been streaming in a long while. I know he's had internet issues, but I'm still going to give him a shout out because he has streamed on Twitch. So Diggy Decimus, a shout out to his channel, a good friend of mine in the community. So definitely check out his channel here on Twitch. Definitely another great friend. Like I said, there's many great friends in this community. Diggy is definitely one of those good friends. But yeah, we're making our way over to Scotland today. Yeah, great. So you have moved house and with internet for months, but yeah, it's great to have you back, Dakey. So it's great to have you back as always. So let's go ahead and talk about more about Scotland. Scottish economy. So Scotland's economy, in terms of government, in Scotland, Scotland, the head of state is of course the monarch. Of the United Kingdom is the UK monarch, since you know Scotland's part of the UK. The current head of state is right now King Charles III, who just replaced the long-serving Queen Elizabeth II. As well as representation in the UK Parliament. Scotland has limited self-government in the UK, as well as representation in the British Parliament. The Scottish Parliament has legislative authority for all other areas related to Scotland. The Parliament is a unicameral legislature with 129 members. 73 of them then represent individual constituencies and are elected as a first-past-the-post system. The other 56 are based on 8 different electoral regions by additional members. Oh, who's this been flying along with us? I wonder who. Oh, it's QC Frank. Ah, welcome on in, QC Frank. Welcome on in. See here, QC Frank's with us. Great to see you. Thanks for flying along with us. In the G39. Nice. You know, it's nice to have some company around in the North Atlantic. You know, very, very nice. But yeah, just cruising along the North Atlantic here. Um, and the other 56 are electoral of different regions, so that makes up the Scottish government. Um, the National Parliament, the seat of the National Parliament of Scotland is in Holyrood. And then the official residence of the First Minister of Scotland is actually in the Boot House in Edinburgh. In terms of economic stuff for your economy, oh, the Saab Gripen. That could be what it is. The Saab Gripen. Yeah, that's a very successful jet. In terms of Scottish economy, Scotland currently has a Western-style open mix economy that is closely linked to the rest of the UK and wider world. The Centre of Financial Services in Scotland is in Edinburgh, with many large finance firms like Lloyds Banking Group, the Bank of Scotland, Royal Bank of Scotland, and Standard Life. And it was among the top 15 world financial centers in 2007, but currently is now around 17th. Historically, the Scottish economy was dominated by heavy industry, underpinned by shipbuilding in Glasgow, coal mining, and steel industry. So from the 1970s, we got to see petroleum. And then by the 70s and 80s, saw more of a service bank economy. Scotland's GDP, including oil and gas producing waters, was around 150 billion British pounds in 2012. And during its time in the EU, Scotland's per capita GDP was actually one of the largest in the EU. Scotland's primary exports include whiskey, electronics, and financial services. As well, whiskey is one of the most known goods of Scotland, and were valued around 4.3 billion pounds in 2013. But a lot of people forget about this, but at one point during the Industrial Revolution, Scotland was one of the big industrial powerhouses of Europe. From Industrial Revolution, it became a world leader in manufacturing, and it left a diversity of different goods like textiles, shortbread, to jet engines, buses, computer software, and more. So Scotland has a very rich economic history. Very rich in industry and all that. There's all sorts of primary industries as well, like agriculture with dairy, and cropping, and of course fishing as well is a big part, as some of the waters around Scotland are some of the richest in the world. Then the second sector, of course, shipbuilding is still a big deal. It used to be one of the world's great shipbuilding areas, as well as whiskey and all that. And tertiary services like software and tourism. And tourism account for 5% of its GDP, thanks to Scotland's rich history and culture. So Scotland is a very big deal. Griffin, yeah, it could also be Griffin too. In terms of education, the Scottish education system is often different from that of the UK. With character evidences on broad education, the curriculum for excellence, Scotland's national school curriculum presently provides the correct framework for children and young people from age 2 to 18. And there are 15 Scottish universities, and some of them are among the oldest in the world. So Scotland, big deal for education stuff as well. And of course, in terms of communications and stuff as well, Scotland is home to 5 international airports across Europe. In terms of transportation, Scotland's transportation stuff, I didn't work on that, but But in terms of railways, Scotland has an extremely extensive railway network across the entire country in connection to England. There's the total route network of the rails in Scotland is around 1,750 miles. And of course, there's lots of different train services across between England and Scotland, including the London North Eastern Railway, the East and West Coast Main Lines, and more. And Scotland's got a rich history with railroads starting back in 1826. But there's all sorts of really, really cool railways and stuff. And there's tons of railway lines. There's also heritage railways. Now, of course, if you guys know about Scottish railroads, one of the most interesting railway lines, one of the most interesting railroads in Scotland is the West Highland Line. You got to see through Oban or Mallaig. And the West Highland Line is probably the most famous one in Scotland, especially from Fort William to Malacpong to be the nicest section. And it sets the scene for many iconic films and television shows, including stars Outlander, as well as you can see the Glenfinnan Viaduct. And that was served as some of the Harry Potter movies were filmed there too. But railway historically has been a big part of Scottish heritage. But that's not the only thing. In terms of road networks, Scotland also has extremely extensive roads. There's many different routes, including the M74 railway between Glasgow and Carlisle, the M9 motorway between Edinburgh and the Bridge of Allan, and the A90 road that's between Edinburgh, Perth, Dundee, Forfar, Stonehaven, Aberdeen, Peterhead, and Fraserburgh. But yeah. But with large cities, these roads can become very busy. In course of water ferries, you see a lot of ferries through the western and northern parts of Scotland, particularly the west coast, as a lot of people transport stuff to the communities of the Hebridean Island archipelago. And there's many different ferry companies that operate out of there. And of course, in terms of air transport, Scotland has 5 international airports with several services to Europe, North America, and Asia, as well as domestic services. And those 5 include Aberdeen Airport, Edinburgh Airport, Glasgow Airport. You have Glasgow Prestwick and Inverness Airport, as well as many airports within the Highlands, Orkney Islands, and Western Isles, mainly used for domestic services. The majority of flights to Scotland and other airports are British Airways, EasyJet, Jet2, and Ryanair. Though there's actually 4 Scottish-based airlines to also keep an eye on: Direct Flight, Hebridean Air Services, Loch Lomond Seaplanes, and Loganair. So, pretty big for transportation stuff. Very, very important. Very, very important. But yeah, very, very excited to do all this, guys. So that's about transportation. Oh yeah, I do have the transportation thing. That's one of the last slides, so I've already went over that with you guys. So let's go over the remaining slides of Scotland. So of course, we got Scottish music. You guys probably be somewhat aware of the music scene in Scotland. Um, Scotland has a rich music scene in the country. Scottish music is a major part of its culture, with both traditional and modern influences. Of course, a lot of people, if they know traditional Scottish instruments, most of you guys probably know the Great Highland Bagpipe, which is basically a woodwind reed instrument consisting of 3 drums and a melody pipe known as the chanter, which is continuously fed by a reservoir of air in the bag. In the popularity of these pipe bands, as well as various types of snares and drums and Highland dress, is spread throughout the entire world. Yeah, everyone should probably know about the materials made for it. They were originally constructed. The pipes were made of holly, laburnum, and boxwood, but later they used exotic woods like tropical hardwoods like crocus wood, ebony, and African blackwood. In modern days, synthetic materials have been quite popular, but there's all sorts of stuff. But it is a big deal. The music has spread throughout the entire former British Empire. In terms of modern day music, Scottish pop music has gained international following with artists including Lewis Capaldi, Amy MacDonald, Katie Tunstall, Gary Cinnamon, and Paolo Nutini gaining international success. One of the most streamed artists on Spotify is Calvin Harris, or Calvin Harris is one of the most popular streaming artists here on Spotify. He's actually from Scotland. As well as musical talent is recognized in Scottish Music Awards, Scottish Album of the Year Award, and more. Now, in terms of music, here's obviously a picture of the Scottish bagpipe. Pretty cool stuff. Oh, rugby is coming home to England. Rugby is coming home to England. Good to see it part of a fight. Rugby? Oh, yes. Poor Irish. The Irish lost. The Irish lost to the All Blacks. Not surprising considering. But yeah, they beat Fiji. English rugby. Imagine England winning a rugby championship before they win a football World Cup. Can't imagine that. Pretty crazy. On a small condition, we beat you, the reigning world champion, number 2 side, than the All Blacks. Yep. DJ Scott Brown. Yes. So now we talk about Scottish literature. So in terms of literature, Scotland also has a really rich literary heritage, including some of the earliest literature that's been around in the 6th century. But the first major starting text in early Scots is John Bowbur's epic, Bruce, in early Scots, and talked about the life of Robert I, which is about 14,000 lines, and soon followed by a series of vernacular romances and prose works. The Crown's patriots helped develop Scots drama and poetry, but the ascension of James VI to the English throne removed a major center of patronage, and Scots was a literary language. Though it was revived in the 18th century with figures like James Macpherson, with the Ossian style, cycle making him the first Scottish poet to get international reputation. And of course, there's also Robert Burns, who many people consider to be the national poet of Scotland, as well as Walter Scott, whose Waverley novels have defined much of Scottish identity in the 19th century, as well as other writers in English like Robert Louis Stevenson, Arthur Conan Doyle, and George MacDonald. Though in the 20th century, the Scottish Renaissance surged a surge of literary activities to reclaim the Scots language as a medium for serious literature, including Edwin Morgan. National newspapers in Scotland include the Daily Record, the Herald, the Scotsman, and the National, all produced here in Scotland. Yeah, it's coming on way too loud right now. Yep. I bet. In terms of the national identity, Scotland has a unique national identity. Again, people forget, Scotland until 1707 was an independent nation, its own independent sovereign state. So obviously Scotland had a rich history. So there's a couple of identity things that make Scotland's national symbols. Obviously we know the flag of Scotland, The image of St. Andrew. This is St. Andrew's cross. And this flag right there dates back to the 9th century. And believe it or not, this flag is actually the oldest national flag still in use to the present day. Which is pretty crazy to think about it. This flag is still flying even to this day. Scotland. In fact, the blue and white on the cross is also what is one part of the Union Jack, the Union flag of the UK. But there's also a lot more other symbols too. The floral emblem of Scotland is the thistle. That is its main identity. And it's celebrated in the song "The Thistle of Scotland," as well. There's also the Declaration of Abnaf, symbolizing Scotland's independence from the UK. There's also the Tardans, which signifies the Scottish Plain and Royal Rampant flag. There's no national anthem in Scotland, though on special occasions the Flower of Scotland may be played in sporting events. The National Day of Scotland is St. Andrew's Day, celebrated every November 30th, though the more widely observed is Burns Night. And you guys wouldn't believe this, but the national animal of Scotland is none other than the unicorn. And it's actually been, the unicorn is such an ambiguous animal, it's been around as a symbol of Scotland since the 12th century. Yes, that's right. The unicorn. Pretty crazy, but it's actually true. Pretty crazy stuff. The next thing, we have Scotland's cuisine, baby. Scottish cuisine has distinctive attributes and recipes of its own, but shares much of its heritage with the rest of wider British and European cuisine, thanks to the result of local and foreign influences, both traditional and modern. Traditional Scottish dishes exist alongside international foodstuff brought by migration. The natural larder of game, dairy products, fish, and fruits and vegetables are a chief factor in traditional Scots cooking, with a high reliance on simplicity and lack of spices, which people forget, they used to be very rare and expensive. In terms of about Scotland's tradition, in terms of dishes, there's all sorts of different dishes around Scotland. In terms of different dishes, for example, there is Scotch broth, which is originating here in Scotland, made of barley, lamb, or mutton, and root vegetables. There's different fish and seafood, including Aberrath Smokies, which is smoked haddock, which is especially at the town of Aberrath and Angus. There's also terms of meat and poultry. There's black pudding, black, red, and white pudding made of meat, fat, and cereal, savory puddings. And of course, one of Scotland's most iconic and famous, or infamous, depending on who you ask, haggis, which basically is a savory pudding containing sheep's pluck, which is the heart, liver, and lungs, mixed with onion, oatmeal, suet, spices, and salt, mixed with stock and cooked while traditionally encased in the stomach of the animal, though now artificial casing is used instead. But yes, haggis has been, and it's traditionally served during Burns' supper. But yeah, haggis is one of the classic dishes of Scotland. Definitely famous or infamous, but it's one of the famous dishes of Scotland. There's also tons of other stuff too. They often have also different breads, like Scottish crumpets, Dundee cake, which is a fruit cake. And of course, a morning roll as well. In terms of drinks, of course, Scotch whiskey is the big alcoholic drink. It's made in Scotland, and it's been very popular. Scotch whiskey, very, very popular. Scotland's got a rich history with whiskey. And then in terms of non-alcoholic drinks, one of the most popular soft drinks is the Irn-Bru. Irn-Bru is Scotland's other national drink. It's basically a caffeinated soft drink, but it's mainly bright orange colored soft drink. So that's Scotland's cuisine for you guys. Hey, good to see you, Swampy. Oh, black pudding's not actually pudding. Yeah, we eat for breakfast. Correct. It's not pudding like you traditionally think it is. It's actually basically their version of pudding is basically like sausage. It's very. Yes, it's basically blood sausage. Basically, pudding for in terms of UK and Ireland stuff, it's sausage. Yeah, that's very much correct. That's very much that you're 110% correct, Swampy. You're 110% right. It's basically sausage. Like in America, pudding is dessert and sweets. But in terms of the UK and stuff, pudding actually means sausage. You're correct. In terms of sports, at least, Scotland's got a rich sporting heritage as well, including representation in the FIFA World Cup, UEFA Nations League, UEFA European Championship, Rugby World Cup, Cricket World Cup, and the Commonwealth Game. And it even has its own governing bodies like the Scottish Football Association and the Scottish Rugby Union. But of course, what people don't think is, believe it or not, Scotland was actually part of the world's first soccer match or associated football match between Scotland and England. It was held in Glasgow on November 30th, 1872, and resulted in a 0-0 draw. But it was the first major football match. And Scotland is one of the 4 countries in terms of FIFA have a permanent representation in the International Football Association Board. And Scotland also has its own football team as well. And Scotland historically has been a pretty solid team. At one point, it was 13th in the world. But Scotland's national team is the oldest in the world, along with England, and the 2 oldest national football teams in the world. Scotland has appeared in national football, has appeared in 8 World Cups. Though, unfortunately, their best results, all 8, they have been stuck on the group stage. They've never been beyond the group stage segment. And similarly, they've only appeared in 3 Euro Championships, and all 3 big groups. Scotland, despite its heritage, has never made it beyond the group stage. Which is pretty sad, considering Scotland's rich football heritage. However, one of the big other exports of sports in Scotland is golf. In fact, golf may have been originated here in Scotland in the 15th century. And as a result, the country is promoted as the home of golf. And for many golfers, the old course in St. Andrews is a site of pilgrimage for golf lovers, is the old course of St. Andrews. This place has been around since 1552. It is a pilgrimage for golfers. But it is a very, very popular area for a lot of golfers, featuring unique hazards as well, including the Swilcan Burn, the Swilcan Footbridge, which is one of the most iconic areas of it as well, different bunkers and stuff, but no question. There's also the road bunker, which is the most notorious golf hazard in the 17th hole. But golf is a huge heritage here in Scotland. And there's many famous golfers from Scotland, including there's many different famous golfers and successful golf courses as well. Also, rugby is a big deal. Scotland's rugby union is the 2nd oldest one in the world. And Scotland has actually won the Six Nations tournament 14 times, the most recent being in 1999. And Scotland's competed every year in the Rugby World Cup as well. Scotland also has a very successful rugby union team. And of course, the other distinct features include the Highland Games, curling, and shinty. Boxing, there's been 13 world champion boxers, including Ken Buchanan, Benny Lynch, and Jim Watts. It's also been successful in motorsport with drivers like David Coulthard, Jim Clark, and Jackie Stewart, the Flying Scot himself, and has competed in the Commonwealth Games. Well, sports are a big deal. They're very proud, loyal people. Yeah, I've talked to many Scots on Twitch. They're very loyal people. Yeah, do not piss them off though. Yes, the Scots. Yeah, very loyal, very dedicated. Yeah, don't anger them. Yeah. Oh yeah, you spent a lot of time with Scotland, Swampy. But yeah, great to see a new face. But yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. I like to see Scotland make it pretty far, especially considering their rich history and all that. And finally, transportation. I think I've already mentioned it to you guys, but Scotland has a very extensive railway networks across the country. England, in major cities. There's also an extensive road network, mainly across the central belt, with many roads connecting to the rest of the country. And Scotland has 5 international airports. The 2 busiest are Edinburgh and Glasgow. Those are the 2 busiest airports in Scotland, and those 2 handle the majority of traffic in Scotland. Yeah, Yeah, you forget the locks. Oh yeah, the locks are the lakes. Yeah. Oh hey, Devil Dude, welcome back. But yeah, Scotland is a place I really want to check out. Really, like my mom specifically, her family came from Scotland, so it's a place I really want to check out. Definitely a place I love. So let's go ahead and talk about some fun facts about Scotland. Just to wrap up the streams. So Scotland has some really fun and interesting facts to learn. Believe it or not, the steam engine itself was actually invented by a Scot. James Watt invented it in 1776 and completely changed the world. I kid you not. Because once he invented James Watt invented the modern steam engine, and it completely changed the world. I kid you not. Because once that steam engine got invented, that kickstarted the Industrial Revolution. In fact, James Watt is also known for his other inventions the also once he did his engines, he adopted it and made improvements, and quickly found it. He also invented a copying machine as well. James Watt invented his own copying machine. And his inventions, and he made a lot of inventions about copy engines, but his steam engine. In fact, Watt himself also developed the concept of horsepower, which is basically the standard international standard unit for power, and also the watt, which is a unit of power, was actually named after him as well. So James Watt, very famous inventor. So yeah, very important guy. The next fact is one of the oldest Neolithic settlements can be found in Scotland, called Skara Brae, and it dates back to 3180 BC. 3180 BC, which actually makes this, get this, it's older than both Stonehenge and the Great Pyramids of Giza, even older than those two. But you can find a lot of the Neolithic settlements there, so very historic area as well. Of course, I said this earlier, one of the national symbols of Scotland is the unicorn, and it's actually the national animal of the country, and that's because it's been part of Scotland's heritage since the 12th century. Of course, everyone should probably know about the tartan. The tartan is not just a fashion statement, it was actually first mentioned back in 1538. 1538. But basically what tartan is it shows where people, what clan you're from, and each clan in Scotland has their own dedicated tartan. But basically, what color and variety of tartan is what clan you came from. Originally, they were attempted to be banned in 1746, but it wasn't until later on in the 19th century where it got unbanned. But it's got a rich history in Scotland. Finally, the last fact is Scotch whiskey. It is a very serious business. Whiskey making is a tradition dating back to at least 1455. And according to Scotch whiskey laws, in order to become a Scotch whiskey, it has to be aged for 3 years in oak barrels. But Scotch whiskey, very well known. It's basically a malt or grain whiskey, originally made from barley, and it must be aged immediately after distillation for oak barrel for at least 3 years. Any age statement about whiskey experienced in numerical form must reflect the age of the youngest whiskey. In Scotland, there's around 141 distilleries, making it one of the most renowned geographical indications here in the world. And there's 5 different distinct categories of Scotch whiskey: single malt, single grain, blended malt, blended grain, and blended Scotch whiskey. But Scotch whiskey is an extremely unique tradition here as well. And basically, each different region produces its own different whiskey and flavors. So yeah, Scotch whiskey, very serious stuff. Definitely time. Basically, the Scotch treat whiskey just like how people in my area, which is Kentuckians, treat their bourbon. Basically, it's serious business. Very serious. So yeah, that is so we basically have 2 more slides coming up. Let me go ahead and get those 2 slides out of the way first. Now we get to some landmarks. So there are a couple major landmarks to check out while in Scotland. Obviously in Edinburgh, you definitely want to check out Edinburgh Castle. On the spectacular crown jewels, the famous Stone of Destiny in St. Margaret's Cathedral, which was built in 1130. But Edinburgh Castle is absolutely one of the places you should definitively want to check out during your trip to Edinburgh. And I highly recommend checking it out. They also got tons of other stuff. And then, and of course, you guys probably know about Loch Lomond. Um, Loch Lomond is a very favorite trip for hikers, but it's also a very popular fishing destination with abundance of trout, salmon, and whitefish. And of course, you can't go wrong with a simple day trip to Loch Lomond and take a nice cruise over the loch. Loch Lomond is an absolutely it's definitely a place you should definitely check out in Scotland. Of course, there's also other lochs too. Most famously, Loch Ness, where you can find Nessie. Apparently, okay, I kid. Nessie's a hoax. But yeah, Loch Lomond, very popular, and definitely worth a day trip. And finally, the last one, of course, is one of the most famous golf courses in the world, St Andrews, founded in 1750, and hosts the famous British Open in one of its 18 hole courses. The most famous is the Par 72 Old Coast. Old Course run around the coast. And the Old Course in St Andrews is definitely a pilgrimage for golfers. And I would know that because, well, I live right next to a golf course. Oh, I would probably know. So, and finally, we're going to go check out Wick, which is a town and rural borough in Caithness, which was developed in the 19th century, was originally merged in 1902, and you can visit the old castle of Old Wick, built in the 12th century when it was unified by Harold Madison. You can check out the small town. It's got a really rich little history as well. Definitely a good, interesting small town to learn. So, important small town to learn. And finally, Wick Airport, Echo Golf, Papa Charlie. That is, it's known as Wick John O'Groats Airport, actually. This airport is located here in Wick, at the northeast extremity of Scotland's mainland. The airport itself provides commercial air traffic connections for Caithness, includes services to Aberdeen Airport, and until 2020, Edinburgh, though it's still mainly used for helicopters servicing local offshore operations. It also serves as a stopover for light aircraft ferry flights between Europe and North America via Iceland, which is where we're going to end up on this trip. It also operates out-of-hour service for air ambulances, Coast Guard, and police flights. This airport was originally a grass airfield opened in the 1930s, though during World War II became a modern airport. During World War II, in 1941, a photographer reconnaissance Spitfire took off from Wick and flew to Norway in search of the battleship Bismarck. And it turns out that from that airport, they found and photographed the Bismarck hiding in Grimstad Fjord in Norway, and this allowed the Royal Navy and HMS Hood to take positions to track the Bismarck and prevent the Bismarck from entering the North Atlantic, and the Hood was sunk along with the Bismarck. And German battleships and battlecruisers never entered again the North Atlantic due to the flights in Wick. So it was actually a very important. So this airport became pretty big for a lot of this stuff. So yeah, this airport definitely has a really unique history. So yeah, guys, that is all the slides for today. So yeah, let's go ahead and get some predictions, everyone. Exclamation point predict, type in a negative number. We can go ahead and get our landing predictions for this flight. So we can finally wrap up today's stream with our landing predicts. Oh crap, yeah, I need to change tanks. Yeah, I gotta change. Left auxiliary, right auxiliary. Yeah, we gotta change tanks. Yeah, it was getting 8%. Yeah, that was getting low. Yeah, I would hate to crash in the middle of the North Atlantic. Especially now. Yep, we're getting very, very close to Scotland. And I think I can see the Scottish coast. Yep, we're in Scotland, baby. We finally made it to Scotland. Yeah, we are very close to our final destination. So we can see Scotland in the distance. So afterwards, we're gonna be back on Wednesday. We're gonna do legs 58, 59, so we can take care. can't believe we're already in Scotland. We're just 55 nautical miles out from Scotland. We can definitely now see the Scottish coast. So we can finally see Scotland's Highlands at long last. That was definitely well worth the trip. Though the good news is, if we do a round the world trip, we won't be back to Scotland in a while. This time we'll just do it in a airliner, which will go through this much quicker. Oh yeah, oh yes, we're gonna check out Flybys. Yes, thank you for noticing that. Yeah, we're gonna rate his channel. He was here, he gave us a follow. We're gonna check out Flyby's channel. So we'll rate his channel. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for pointing that out, Devil Dude. Yeah, we're gonna rate his channel soon after we get done with our landing. So guys, don't forget to give out your landing predictions. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number, and we'll get our predictions going, guys. But man, this has been a great flight, everyone, and thank you all so much for coming along on today's stream. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here. But yeah, I can't believe this. After this, 4 more streams left to go, and we'll be on Wednesday doing the DC-3 flights. So after that one, will be 3 more streams. I can't believe we're going to be ending this journey in November. Oh yeah, one more thing too, by the way. This airport we're visiting is right next to John O'Groats Airport. So technically, you could use this airport to complete the Land's End to John O'Groats to Land's End challenge. Make your way through all this area. But yeah. Hey Typhon, I actually got the stream elements to correct itself. So Typhon, do a shout out to just pick a notable streamer to do a shout out, because I changed the stream elements thing. It should update now. Oh, what? Let's. Ah, there you go. It worked. Yep, I fixed the issue. Yep. We're gonna rate Flyby's channel as soon as we get done landed. So we're gonna go ahead and start making our descent over to Scotland. And no. And I'm gonna go ahead and lower the power a bit. We are going to finally make our descent. But yeah, it works now, Typhon. Yeah, I had to delete the bot thing and then change it, so I had to take care of that. But yep, I took care of it for you, Typhon. I got it fixed. Yeah, you're 4 ways from Washington. Nice. That's nice to hear. Um, yep, you're doing the flight from Washington D.C. But yeah, so far we are around 1.6 out of 3, so we're over halfway done. So I'm really hoping for an Eastern U.S. hub. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we have the same situation in Australia as we pick up a new U.S. hub and then have FBOs around. Yeah. So yeah, we're getting very, very close. We're just 35 nautical miles out from our destination here. Getting pretty close. Yeah, it's good to see some land again. Nice to see some land once again. But yeah. Yeah, we finally made it to Europe, guys. We finally made it to nearby Europe. So we finally made our way back to continental Europe for the first time. So yeah, guys. Very, very excited to finally make it. So guys, I mean, after this series is over in November, we'll be taking a break from our adventures. That's because um starting next year, I believe on New Year's Eve, we're gonna be starting a new journey. We're gonna fly to every single country in the world. Yes, all sovereign nations in the world, including some of those that don't have um full recognition. We'll check them out too. So we'll be starting here at Kilo Juliet Victor Yankee, my home airport, and we'll make our way across the world. We'll be flying through the Caribbean, South America, Central America, US, Canada, all of Asia, from China to Japan to Thailand, India, Middle East, all through Africa and Europe. We'll make our way over to every bit of the region of the world. Even Oceania, we'll fly our way across the oceans to get there too. But it is going to be an over 100,000 nautical mile journey in a wide variety of planes, from general aviation to the airliners and everything in between. That is going to be our next adventure. So yeah, we're very, very close to getting here. Yeah, we're almost there, guys. This has been incredible. We only got 8 more legs to do on this trip, guys. 8 more legs after this. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, again, thank you everyone for your constant support and dedication to the streams. I mean, it's absolute blessing to be here with you guys. Ah, beautiful Scotland. Ah, beautiful. Great to see you again. Hmm. Hey, Planet Neutral, good to see ya. Welcome on in. Thanks for the shout. Nice work with the shadow there, Typhon. Yeah, Typhon's one of my new mods now. Good to see you, Typhon. And good to see you there, Planet Neutral. Check out his channel. Planet Neutral's an amazing friend. He's from my local home area. Planet Neutral's an amazing dude. Makes some fantastic content on his channel. And did I tell you he's a fellow Hoosier like myself? So yes, absolutely check him out. Amazing, amazing legend. But yep, we're about to make our final landing for today in Wick. It took me a bit of a while, but hey, got it done the DC-3. Look at all this area. This is part of the northern area. We're right in the very edge of Scotland. Of mainland Scotland, in fact. Yeah, Typhon's. It's good to see Typhon get mod. Yeah, Typhon's been such an active person. Yeah, I agree. Typhon's such a good mod. I mean, it's been long overdue for him being a mod, and since Typhon's been new in every one of my streams, I mean, he's been more than deserving of being a mod. He's been more deserving. I mean, Typhon's literally been following me since day one. Like, Typhon has been following me since May 8th. Before I even streamed, apparently, and he's been following me since the day I've been streaming. Typhon's more than deserving, and I'm happy to have Typhon as one of my mods. I couldn't be any happier. I don't know why it took me so long for Typhon to be my mod. Yeah, and you're not always here. Exactly. Typhon does not miss. But yeah, that's why I like mods. A good mod does not come easy, and that's why I have him as. Oh crap! I got. No, no, not like that. Up, up. But yep, we're gonna land on runway 13. Should be our flight. But guys, thank you all so much. Jesus, yeah. Oh, I don't have the command, unfortunately. Uh, I need to set this up, actually. Let me go ahead and set this up, my Streamlabs. The Stream Elements, I mean. I need to get this. Oh, actually, it is working. Oh, it does work! My neutral has been following me for over a year. Yeah, 2 years, 7 months. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and get our landing for today. Absolutely incredible, guys. But incredible. That'll do falling for over a year. It's... Okay, I wonder if that command ever worked. Yeah, guys, exclamation point followage. See how long you guys have been following me. Yeah, some of these guys have been around since I've started my streams. It is pretty crazy to think about, you know. In fact, I've been streaming for this long. Been doing this with you guys. Absolutely incredible. But yeah, I hope for the last legs, I hope someone can mass recommend me so I can get people to join me, because this would be my first ever true around the world achievement. I've never flown around the world by myself, so this would be a massive accomplishment. Okay, let's go ahead and start prepare for landing. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Just my sound settings for this because yeah, the winds. All right, guys. Make sure you guys don't forget your landing predictions. Exclamation point predict. Type in a negative number. We're prepared to land the DC-3 down. But yeah, welcome to Scotland, everyone. Now, I hope I don't become a blather in Egypt and mess this landing up. That's the last thing I want to see. Outside of my time in Phuket, I've landed the DC-3 pretty much without any incidents. He dripping, the command is exclamation point predict. Type in and then type in the number again, and you get your land prediction. That's how it works, my dude. But yeah, no worries at all. Just that's how the command works. But yeah, the DC-3, and I'm gonna miss this series when it's all said and done. Miss flying the DC-3. I'm gonna miss it. Because the DC-3 adventures are a major part of the streams and stuff. So guys, don't forget, if you want to check out my Discord, exclamation point Discord. I got my Discord set up. If you guys want to check that out, my Discord is available for you guys to check out. Here we go, guys. We're in Scotland, baby. We've made our landing here. Beautiful. It's great landing. Negative 182, not bad at all. Especially the plane like a DC. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and unlock the tail wheel. Tail wheel is now unlocked. And we're going to park across the end of the taxiway. So go ahead and park. Turn off the nav lights. Nav lights off. But we did it, guys. we made our way over to beautiful Wick in Scotland. Um, this has been an absolute blast of a stream, as always. We'll just find our parking space and wrap up the stream. But man, we finally crossed the Atlantic, everyone. We finally crossed the Atlantic Ocean. The thing was, this wasn't even the hardest part of the stream, actually. The series' most difficult thing was the 1,400 nautical mile crossing from Japan to Alaska. That was, if you guys remember back in that stream, it took me 8 hours of flying to get to there. It was a stressful flight. But yeah, got to cross the Atlantic Ocean in a DC-3. Stop right here. Put the mixture, clean the mixture, and that's it, everyone. We have accomplished. Leg 57 is done. Welcome to Wick in Scotland, guys. Leg 57 has been complete. We now have finally crossed the Atlantic Ocean. This was something I was hoping that didn't turn so bad, but yeah. So guys, thank you all so much for being here today. I mean, what an absolutely incredible journey here today. An absolutely incredible journey. What an absolute journey here. So, Leg 57 is finally done. We crossed the Atlantic Ocean to Wick. We only got 8 more legs and 4 more streams left to go on this journey, guys. So, we'll be back on Wednesday. And guess what? We're gonna do legs 58 and 59 of our DC-3 journey from Wick to Duxford, and then a short hop from Duxford over into Biggin Hill. So this should be really exciting. We'll get to learn all about England and all that. So guys, a massive thank you to everyone here. And guys, we're gonna go ahead and set up the rate to fly to Dubai. Thanks Devil Dude for the suggestion. As well. So we're gonna check out Flyby too. He followed us earlier today. So we're gonna raid his channel. Guys, stick around for the raid and give him some support. So thank you guys so much. We'll be back on Wednesday. I hope this will be my last stream until vacation. So I won't be seeing you guys for a bit. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend and have a fantastic rest of the day. Take care, everyone, and have a great day. Bye.